We are getting ready for President Trump. He's just arriving at Davos. He arrived 3 hours late, but his speech is still on time. He should start speaking in the next 20 minutes or so. True to form for Trump, though, I think he's maybe fashionably late. I'm hoping I've got everything I need and we are ready.
So in the screen there, you got two Marine ones, and then the other ones there are United States military? What are those?
Well, this is his advanced team. This will bring in a lot. Most often it brings in the media. It brings in obviously there's one helicopter carrying the football. There's President Trump. The football and President Trump are not usually, from what I believe, on the same helicopter. But this is the entire group of people. Of course, his security is with him on those helicopters. His entourage usually is fairly large. I don't know how many helicopters is normal. I do know that he's bringing 300 people with him. I don't know how many came on Air Force One. But these are all of this that you're watching right there on the screen. These didn't fly in with him today. They probably flew in about a week ago. They're pre-staged. They pre-stage all the security and the communications and everything. So these are just people. For keeps. I'm sorry?
This man is playing for keeps today.
I do think he's making a point. What do you think?
It looks that way.
He's channeling his inner Biden, according to Stacks. $700 billion for Greenland plus $100,000 for each of the 57,000 citizens. This is going to be fun to watch. $700 billion.
You think we should say a little prayer just before we get going here?
You want to offer one? Oh,
yeah,
look
I'll
at
offer
you.
one.
Hold on.
Good morning.
Does everybody see Mary? Mary, I need you to say something, Mary. I want to make sure the sound is coming through on Rumble.
Check.
There she is.
Sorry,
Good morning, Mary.
I was trying to get my coffee and everything together. I'm sorry I was late.
Don't worry about it. We just started streaming. President Trump was 3 hours late getting to Davos because of the electrical issue last night.
With the plane.
And so what's on the screen, he's obviously there already. He's already there. I've got to go find getting ready for him. He doesn't start speaking till 8:30.
Okay.
But we watched him come in. We watched them roll out the red carpet. His entourage is heading to the hotel. So he's on his way.
All right.
Good morning. For everybody that doesn't know who Mary is, I was on her show yesterday. We had a good time.
We did.
I was on her show yesterday. She has a show on Rumble every afternoon at 1.
Mm-hmm.
Called the Truth Blitz. We had a good time. I've enjoyed getting to know Mary. We tend to be, we found we are more like kindred spirits, which is fun.
It's a good thing. It's a very good thing to always connect with new people. And you're like, oh, where have you been?
Where have you been all my life? She reads books, people. She actually reads books.
Avidly.
I didn't, because I'm constantly begging Sean, will you try to read one of these books? He said,
I read at least one a week of something. And they're always political.
I'm not as disciplined as you with sticking with one book. I have bookmarks in about 8 books.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm constantly flipping my fancy, right? Which whenever I pick up. And then, of course, I got to go back several pages to get caught up. But that doesn't bother me. Good
Is it?
morning, everybody. I'm looking at Rumble. Everybody in Rumble and everybody in Telegram. Everybody's wishing me a happy birthday today.
That's what I was seeing. I was going to ask, is it your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Happy
It's
birthday.
Thank you. I am not giving you my age.
Well,
although
that's
most
okay.
people know what it is. So
I think you're just a year or two older than me. Maybe.
okay.
Maybe.
I'll take that. So I am so excited. We're watching now the door for President Trump to come through the WEF, coming into the
Nice.
lion's den.
I'm so excited for this because of all the Greenland and
Well,
everything going on. And then the base that Britain gave up because they're schmucks, you know.
Okay, so according to Secretary Shred, wow, just saw on X that he's offering $700 billion for Greenland and $100,000 for each of the 57,000 citizens.
I said that on Monday that it would be 100,000 for each of them.
Mm-hmm.
Was the amount I guessed at. I was like, I think we're probably going to get, because that's enough for them to invest or, participate in one of the business opportunities or fix up some stuff or even leave. Like, it's enough money.
Did you see all of the consternation coming out of Davos? They were rather upset.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah. Davos Greenland has a right to choose.
Yeah,
and
they do.
They support the right to choose. And Greenland doesn't want to be part of the United States, which you've heard a faction of Greenlanders say that. And I'm sitting here going, are you kidding me? You've chosen everybody's future for the last 100 years. You're now going to stand on the right to choose. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, but they're obviously very nervous about Trump.
Which I always find interesting. The tell to me is always how everyone reacts to him. Mm-hmm. That's the tell. And
my favorite was you can't get away from Macron. With his shades.
He's like, I have an eye infection. I'm like, really? Did your wife beat you again? Is that what's happening? She slugged you again off the plane?
No, maybe she gave him another black eye.
Right.
Because, he looks so not cool.
No, it does not.
And then, the fact that Trump shared his text message, and I had put into the chat yesterday, Trump tends to not respect brown noses.
No.
No. And that was definitely a brown nosing text message that he gave Trump.
He's very much a put up or shut up. I judge you by your actions.
Well, he starts out with supporting Trump, and then he gets to Davos and he's not supporting Trump. It's like, where, that kind of shift.
Yeah.
It's not a welcome thing.
No. Oh my God, no. Good
Feisty,
morning, Kitty.
Did you see where the MoonPay lady posted Rise Phoenix?
No, I did not. I haven't been on social media. I got set up. I'm in here. And I can't, unfortunately, get to my chat.
Jane Lee gave you a $5 Rumble rant and wished you a happy birthday.
Thank you, Jane Lee. I really appreciate that.
That was super sweet.
God bless you.
Good morning,
happy birthday.
you guys.
29 forever.
Right?
No, I'll take 39. 29, no, don't want to go back there. No.
I was teasing Ash this year when she hit a landmark decade, and I was like, welcome to the 29 Forever Club, girl. Because Kristen and I are the older ones of the pack. And I was like, welcome to 29 again, honey.
So my mom and my aunt used to argue all the time about their age. My aunt was the infamous 29-year-old until I turned 30. And I said, hey, I'm 30. They told me to shut up and go to my room.
Right.
Because
that probably would have been my response too. I'm not gonna lie, that would have been my response also. Shush you.
Go to your room. I went, can I take my cigarettes and beer? And they just looked at me. It was a fun time. Those were fun days.
That's awesome. How's everybody like Telegram over there? I see the chat. I need to look at how to do that chat on. I don't know. I never opened my chat up though on Telegram.
Oh, really?
They're in there doing their thing and dropping stuff, and they have like this own little community, and I so rarely have time to hang out with them because I'm doing shows every day. Wednesday's my only day off. Technically,
She just gave me a $20 Rumble rant for my birthday. God bless you guys.
You're gonna have a very nice lunch or go somewhere fun later.
We're gonna probably go buy some groceries.
Yeah, that sounds about like us. We're preparing for Snowmageddon.
We're now up to 21 inches.
Yeah, they're speculating about 15 where I'm at.
Where are you at?
I'm in the Midwest.
Oh,
kind of just in the heart of it, like.
I'm in the DC area.
Yeah, I know.
The storm was supposed to dump a lot just south of here in Richmond. And now this morning it looks like the storm is moving up.
They're saying Dallas, Texas, 3 inches of ice.
Wow.
There's
That's what they're saying.
From Texas all the way over to, I thought it was in Georgia. There's this band of ice, and it's a dangerous ice.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it'll slow the protesters down?
They're being paid too well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. They've always got a trash bin to burn for fun, for warmth.
This is true.
Say that again.
This is true.
3 inches of ice is phenomenal.
I know. Remember the last time
that would shut up, man.
The windmills stopped working. Remember?
Oh yeah, in Texas.
Yeah,
they were super mad at Ted Cruz during that time, and I never really understood that.
Because during the storm, he flew with his daughter to the Caribbean, I believe.
Yeah, they were part of a wedding.
Yeah, and they felt he should be there during the storm with them. It was the left trying to make noise.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Cruz person, but I was just like, of all the things you could pick on him for, the fact that they were in a wedding and they went prior to the storm.
Prior to the storm, right.
Like they left before the storm. And I'm like, technically Cruz can't make any decisions. That's Governor Abbott. Abbott has the control to declare an emergency or do this or that. That is not a sitting senator. I mean, what can he do other than pressure the governor?
But they didn't have heaters on those windmills, so they weren't going to work regardless of the pressure.
Right.
Campaign.
And then
ice is still ice. There's no heat on the windmills. They're going to stop.
This is true. Oh my goodness.
Look at this. I'm going at $50. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
It's my birthday. They're being nice for my birthday.
They're very nice. You have a wonderful chat.
Actually, I have the best chat on Telegram. I don't care what anybody says.
I believe you.
We open a chat every single night. Last night we had fun. I played video after video after video after video. But every night at 8 o'clock we start with prayer, and then we open a chat. And there's very few days that we miss. Something big happens, Right. Either I get sick or I'm a commitment, a family commitment. But other than that, it's every single night. Some nights they frustrate me because there'll be 50 people listening and nobody talking. And I'll say, good night, everybody, and I'll turn it off. But for the most part, we have, thanks to people like Eddie and a Gossamer and a few others, Danette, we have some people that really step up and we have good conversations. We have some heated ones sometimes. we are a bunch of regular people with regular days.
Right.
And not so regular moods. But we do. It's a great group of people. Most of the people in my chat have been with me the last 9 years. Yeah.
That's huge. Some of my chat's been with me like 4 years now. They've hung in on my little Telegram channel, which is it's a daily news feed. that I'm just constantly combing through the news and posting articles and clips and as much as I
And
can all
listening
day.
to very painful Trump speeches.
Yes.
That was, you have to admit, that was painful.
It was. I do not, like, I love Trump. I really love him, but like, I don't
Yesterday
usually
was
listen to the
painful.
rallies.
But you know what was funny is the Pam Bondi one that we didn't get to wasn't Pam Bondi.
It was the other guy.
It was yeah, Bovino. But the same pictures Trump was leaping through, they were doing a slideshow of all of those pictures.
Nice.
And the media tried to argue with him, and he's like, you know, why don't you answer the question? Why don't you?
Right.
Like, go away.
And that's
how you
the
can
thing.
defend child sex predators is beyond me.
So, okay, let me get your thought on this. So, I struggle with the news. So, like, you cannot curb a podcaster or somebody that just makes a TikTok video because it falls under freedom of speech. But when it becomes an established news organization that is deliberately, knowingly lying and manipulating their audience, is there some kind of standard that they can be held to? Because
yes, we were talking about this last night. There is, in the journalism code of ethics, there's a thing called duty of neighbor and duty of care.
Yes.
Don Lemon, for example, the media, remember Bovino said nobody in local and state media is talking about or reporting on these predators.
Right.
That's a duty of neighbor issue.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
You can lose your journalistic credentials.
I did an episode on my Sunday show. It was not last summer, but God, the summer, I've been doing it so long, summer before. And I spent 2 hours breaking down the code and the standard of journalism. And I think it's one of my better episodes just for the value of the content.
We did a show on that back in 2018, and I introduced everybody to the duty of care, duty of neighbor. And I explained the duty of neighbor is the more rigid of the two. It brings it even closer, because if you knew and didn't report on a direct threat, then you are culpable.
Yeah.
And I broke this, did the same thing you did, and a lot of people were
shocked,
very intrigued by just how tight that goes.
It does. So I'm wondering, does that fall under a civil suit, or is that criminal code?
It could be both. It could actually be both.
Okay.
So if you got a predator and my child is impacted, I have a civil claim.
Right.
But it could also be a criminal complaint, like with what Don Lemon did. Okay, that's a criminal. And there's also, remember, there was a 5-year-old boy crying in there. Those the congregants have a standing for a civil complaint, so it can be both. And that's not a double jeopardy, because you got a criminal and civil issue.
I feel like
I hope the congregants file a lawsuit.
I do too. I read this morning where they're looking at their options, and I hope they do.
Well, I am sure their pastor is informing them on the finer parts of the law. Yes.
And the DOJ and all of it.
Right.
You got another birthday rumble rant from Marcia Nels.
Well, thank you so much, Marcia. Another $50. My God,
generous.
I've never gotten this much. You guys are such a blessing.
Y'all are so sweet. That's awesome.
Yes, it is awesome.
So it's me. I just want to say happy birthday. I'm on my way traveling to work at the hospital. But I wanted to say happy birthday.
Thank you,
and
Annie.
I love you.
I love you right back.
I am so happy that you are doing so well, and the shows have been phenomenal. I feel like at least I can catch up because my schedule's so wretched. But happy birthday. I don't know how much I can catch of the speech, but at least I know it's there, so I can rewind it on my travel back to the shop.
Absolutely.
So,
that's
anyway,
what that's
I love
for.
you.
Love you right
Have
back,
a great
Annie. Have
birthday,
a wonderful
honey.
day. We have to talk soon.
Thanks. Yep, babe. Bye.
Annie is one of those people. I've got a wonderful story with Annie. Annie's a widower.
Ugh.
Her husband passed away back in 2019. He was an avid follower of mine and told her, "You need to listen to this woman." And when we would drop a video on YouTube, he'd wake her up to have to watch it.
Aw.
So she'd been following me ever since. Since 2018, started with her husband, then for her. We have a very special relationship. At least I hope we do. We always have.
I believe you do.
Mm-hmm.
That was super sweet of her. I'm typing in on my pill chat the link for this, so if anybody sees it this morning, they can come join us or watch on the replay. And then
I'm
I'll push
trying
it
to
into 3 other
find-
chats.
Okay. We still haven't got Trump in the building.
All right, let me send that to a couple chats real quick. For all these years, you become friends with different ones, because as we go on vacation, we'll monitor each other's channels.
Mm-hmm.
Patriot AU, I was out of the country, a few years ago. I had to go out of the country for a little bit, and Patriot AU was gracious enough, along with Ash, to kind of like, I was like, can you guys please just make sure like 15 things, like big things, like are up, because I was in Europe and I was like, I was jumping around. My husband he was over there for a film, and I went over to join him over my birthday, and we hit like 4 different countries, and it about killed me health wise. I was not up for the jumping around. He's much more energetic than me. He's a triathlon, so like, and nothing phases him. But me, I'm like, I just can't hop around like that. Like I'm 25 anymore. I was like,
You mean you're not?
No. No, I'm 29.
You're 20, so that 4 years degraded you that badly,
did.
right?
It just wrecked everything. So Patriot AU was gracious enough. I was like, can you just please post a few things so that it still is active? Because I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to post. I didn't know how well the internet would be over there. It was a little before they got as crazy as they are now. It was 2 years ago. We were over there for the swimming. The swimmer, I sent you the link because he's doing all 7 channels in the Ocean 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and he's 50. I think he's turning 51 now, and he's one of the world champions for it. He's amazing on that. So, all the good stuff. You okay, babe?
It's my morning. I have a problem with dust and molds.
Yeah.
I have this terrible cough. I got really sick back in 2018, and ever since then, I have this terrible cough. And of course, there he is.
Jeez.
Let me bring this over. He's shaking hands, everybody.
Nice.
The man of the hour has arrived.
Thank you very
I don't
much,
see it
Larry.
on
It's
screen.
great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so
I
many
don't see it on
respected
Rumble
business
yet.
leaders, so many friends, few enemies,
There it is.
and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come
I
to
can't
this
hear
year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal
can't
news
hear it?
from America.
Now I can.
Yesterday marked the
When
one-year
you mute, I
anniversary
can't
of
hear it.
my inauguration,
Okay,
and
you're
today,
making
after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable, and the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
He loves
In
that
fact, the
statement.
United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month.
Yeah.
But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And
Yes.
we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. but we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with it. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country. It's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. Then they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela's been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela's going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela's going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states, and will soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are, I gotta hand it to them, but we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. Sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though. And I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They were very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruined your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration.
They're so mad right now, sitting there.
To hostile foreign adversaries and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe, Scotland and Germany. 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West. Because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I thought, I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. Tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela.
You're right. No, Cuba with the boxes.
We saw this in World War II when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it.
Right.
For Denmark.
Ungrateful
big,
bastards.
beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps.
You
After
ungrateful
the war,
little
we gave Greenland
shits.
back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country
I gotta stop chatting.
and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, that everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's so rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. But there's so much rare earth. And just to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great vast wealth, great vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. Can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. Right. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because they thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television, and you say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease.
Right.
Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice.
Right.
All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature,
Iridium,
going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. They should be grateful to us. Canada,
look at the look
Canada
on his
lives
face.
because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything.
Yeah.
It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war, their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've, until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time?
You
Very
said
smart
Iceland.
man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call.
True.
Gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the
Now
new
he's
one
in
just
sales
coming
mode.
out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6. It's supposed to be the first stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
My God.
A strong and secure America means a strong NATO. And that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, we go to London, you can buy this stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it, it became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him
Blue
sort of
shiny aviators.
be tough. But he was at $10 for a
I
penny.
know. He's like,
And I said, Emmanuel,
up again.
I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with this scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest of the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. So you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill
oh my God.
to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%.
No.
He said, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, I will not do it. Because yes, in all fairness, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it, you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it.
I don't want to go public, but he just did.
No, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country. Saying the same thing, you will do it. They all said, no, I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50, I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on what you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often, as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that.
Yes,
you buy a corporation, they buy 500
That would
houses.
be huge for us.
They buy hundreds of thousands. They buy 500 houses. They can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house. They can't.
Yeah.
But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I've signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury?
I've been asking that.
So
Yes.
to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible precedent, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late, they blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job.
Said next week.
So he gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job. It's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election, he was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house.
Yeah.
Of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy, they become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they'd mortgage their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I had a case with Switzerland. We happen to be in Switzerland.
This is so much like 2017.
But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. 41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them, in some cases victims to them, but in the end it's a fair thing, and most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us and probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that, so I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big deficit. You may be small, but you have a big deficit than big countries. He said, no, please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest.
Ooh.
And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me.
Oh my gosh.
But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people.
Reduced it back to 30, right?
And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up. We brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat.
Yep.
Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. Mm-hmm. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us. And that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing. All the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. Well, we announced good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside.
Wow.
18 trillion, nobody's ever seen it. That's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murders. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe. I had to admit, we sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington, D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down to by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. Wow. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
I don't know about that.
I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I would say this, if I were Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good. Because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it has been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I've directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalia, they turned out to be higher IQ than we thought? I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, they're pirates, they're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil. And they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat, we'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call them mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs.
Yeah.
We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You've ruined somebody's fishing weekend. I would say a submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures, which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. Do you believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're two truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what. That's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, And some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited and to a large part because of you. We have to protect you and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success, and the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before, and I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Again. Oh.
Is he going to?
Is he going to do a panel? Because that
Yeah, it looks like
little
he's
guy's
doing
sitting in the chair.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see.
Mm.
We lost audio.
No, we didn't. I muted it to hide the clapping tends to echo in everybody.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
I get fire. I did know.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. We're all brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin, Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserve. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And I called it a great achievement. But things happen. Bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side. Because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that, I can tell you that Scott Bassett was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers, he said, I can't, and that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, "I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country's ever done." And, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? When I heard the word pandemic, I said, "Oh, that's an ancient problem." World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know the Spanish flu in World War I ended because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying.
That started in
from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. Growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at 37 trillion dollars, we go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth.
Right.
So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money too in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion US invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the US.
AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you gotta be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all, and again, so big is we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem, and otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to be, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI there is fierce competition between the US as the largest economy in the world 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, do you think you could use a different name? And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were
a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, let me teach you about diplomacy. Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco's been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke, and Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, sir, there's one man better than me. And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Whitcuff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Because, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. Ice. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security.
Guys. It's just ice.
That can
It's
create
just ice.
A power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe, just like, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything, almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair, so I got NATO to pay, because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Whitcuff has been dealing incredibly with Putin. We're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation, and it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people have been killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be so. I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest, some I settled in a matter of hours. Because I'm good at that stuff. You know, the United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done. Saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now, I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid.
Hey,
So,
is the savings group?
I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President
No
Zelensky is
guilty?
sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the board of peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And we'll see what happens there, but that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East now. Had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did, and because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
To the US and then the other thing. Airport's not, yeah.
There were 3 hours.
3 hours late. Anyway, there you go.
Well. What'd you guys think? So I'm watching the chat here.
I think Feisty's happy too.
Yes. I think so. She was reacting quite a bit, for sure. I can hear you guys. It's an echo, so speak up when you want.
Okay, sorry about that. Wasn't that epic?
That was awesome.
So,
Happy birthday to Feisty.
Thank you, everybody. Best birthday present ever. Best birthday present ever.
Was that the Dawn or the Dawn?
I wanted to see Nessa and Dorma playing.
Right.
When I got done. Yeah, I think that would have been even more epic.
My husband has decided to learn that song. He decided it was hard, so he would learn it. To challenge himself.
Okay, so, Mary, I want you to be introduced to my chat room.
Oh, okay.
What we are doing, we streamed through my chat room, and people joined chat this morning. God bless everybody. We got 48 people on at Dark 30 for some. So the purpose was so that we could have this robust,
discussion.
Guffaw.
Yeah.
Right? We're all laughing because this was an epic speech, and it was everything I had hoped it would be. To be very honest, it was everything I hoped it would be. So I'm so excited to be talking about, and I'm playing with my screen, so bear with me. I'm so excited to be talking about it. You notice he talked about Iceland a lot. That was epic.
He did.
Because
fraud. He talked a lot about fraud.
Yes.
Which a lot of people would probably be like, why is he talking about a domestic problem on an international stage?
Because he just put them all on notice. He said, people are going to be arrested soon.
Yep.
And he's talking
because they're
about
getting the money.
Funding
a bunch of them are getting it, you know. And the other thing is, a lot of them are probably having the same fraud in their own countries.
I'm sorry, Danette, what did you say?
I loved how he brought up that the U.S. has been funding them for years, that they wouldn't have really much of an economy at all if it weren't for us.
Right.
Well, and what he's saying out loud is what we've all been talking about, that the world has been raping our country.
Yep.
All of our money has been going to them.
Yep.
And without the U.S., so what's the strategy with Greenland? Remember when Putin said that the European leaders would sit at his feet like puppy dogs and wag their tails?
Yes.
He just gave them an ultimatum. He just, first he upplays it, then he downplays it, then he says, it's just a block of ice.
Right.
As if he doesn't really care. And then he starts talking about our military might. And then he mentions NATO and said, we'll always be there for NATO, maybe.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing,
he talked
obviously.
multiple times he talked about, how cheap they were and they weren't doing anything, and they never contributed to NATO and they had no armies hardly. And
So
facts.
you do realize the reason why Europe is nervous about NATO is because, not NATO, Greenland, is because they see it, as does Russia, by the way. They're very interested in this Greenland discussion because they see it as the beginning of the end of NATO.
Yep.
Right? There's no reason for this North Atlantic Treaty if we've got the Western Hemisphere locked down.
Yep.
So Russia's very intrigued because it weakens NATO, and NATO's very nervous because their piggy bank just kind of
closed
took a
up.
hike, right?
Yep.
And now they have no foothold in the Western Hemisphere but for Canada, and he was sure to point out that Canada is weak.
Very weak. And very dependent on us.
Undependent on us.
And wasn't it Alberta we were talking about yesterday that was signing the petition to leave Canada and become independent?
They're voting to secede from Canada and either become their own country or join the US.
So how does the Crown handle that?
I don't think, and here's the neat thing. I did some research on King Charles before he became king. His platform has always been on a smaller footprint for the Crown.
Okay.
So in other words, divesting himself of some of these protectorates. There's 53 or so countries under the Crown's umbrella. And he thinks that the Crown needs to be smaller.
Oh.
Well, they're not in a position to protect or offer as much.
Well, it's the City of London that doesn't want that to happen.
Right.
So if that's the case, then we've just put the City of London on notice.
So do you see the Crown and the City of London as completely separate, differing entities? Okay.
Yeah, the City of London more controls Parliament than they do the Crown. Because the City of London minimized the effect of the Crown. Okay, so the Crown is now subtly in the background. And I do believe Queen Elizabeth is one of the founding members of this team of global countries that are working to take down the globalists.
Interesting. Okay.
But it is interesting if you go back and look at now King Charles. And remember, his son is about to become king, and he's also a minimalist. So I think it poses an interesting story coming up, right? For the foreseeable future. And if they do want a smaller crown, because remember, the crown is pretty much what it is because of, the whole idea of colonialism. And they don't, the royal family doesn't agree with that colonialism. And it was largely the City of London that expanded the crown. Yeah. So if you take that into consideration, it poses an interesting scenario coming forward.
Well, and they can't protect and manage. They're a small island, other than their force of, other than the banking cartel system. They cannot enforce, which is why they've depended on NATO and pulled us into everything. By themselves, they can't. I mean, they have a minimal army. I mean,
right. Canada is completely dependent on the crown.
Oh,
their money, their military, the two big things you need as a sovereign nation are the crown.
Yeah.
So they are not in any position in a multipolar world. But if you're in a hemisphere that's seeking peace, there's an incentive for them to do their thing. Now, what is another thing that's interesting, remember, the NATO nations weren't even ponying up the 2% of GDP. Now they're all paying 5% of GDP. Why is that? Because if the U.S. gets Greenland, they're weakened, and either they pony up for their own military, which, by the way, eventually, doesn't the thought become, why are we joining NATO? Why don't we develop our own armies?
Right.
And doesn't that also, in the end, weaken the EU coalition?
So if we pull out of NATO, what happens to the bases that we have located all over Europe?
They pay us. You want our presence, you pay us.
You pay us.
Wow, what a turn of events, right?
They're saying I have an echo, but I don't have a way to fix that. So.
Maybe that might be me. Is that better? Speak up.
Check. Is that better for the echo? I guess.
Because
I don't have an echo.
I don't hear an echo on my end, so somebody may be hearing it. But I have a sound bar and a mic, and it may be the feed through that.
Yeah.
So I turned down my mic for you. This speech was everything I expected it to be, by the way. I knew it was going to be fire. I knew he's going to deliver hard truths. He literally called them stupid.
Multiple times.
And
on multiple
it was like
issues.
he liked the sound of it rolling off his tongue, and he tried it 3 or 4 more times out the gate. I loved the way he handled them. He calls them stupid. And oh, by the way, we got the best military equipment. All of you interested, go out that door over there to the right. The rest of you, get out of here.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally there selling our wares.
Mm-hmm.
Telling them they're stupid for windmills. I love that. China can't believe that it lasted this long. They made a lot of money off of our windmills, right? So I am really impressed.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I wish is that they had panned the faces of the crowd. I wanted to see the what's his name sitting on the stage to do the Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
He sat the entire speech with his mouth hanging open. I can only imagine that was mirrored in the office, right? in the audience.
As the press briefing yesterday, we would have loved to have seen the press's faces as
when
he was calling them out repeatedly. Oh.
Right.
It would have been golden.
Maybe we got lucky and somebody did get a shot, and we'll see it later.
Maybe.
Hi, girls.
I hope so.
Maggie.
I hate to interrupt, but I just got here, so I really do appreciate all 47 of y'all coming in here to wish me a happy birthday.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Maggie and I share a birthday, and there's
happy birthday, Maggie.
And I'm 76, so I get to say it first.
Don't you now you told everybody. Thank you.
Happy birthday, man.
Yes, I am 66 years old in another couple of hours. I'm going to hang on to the not 66 yet. I'm hanging on.
Yeah.
I was born sometime after lunch. That's all I know.
Well, I was born
20
minutes after midnight, so I am 76 in full roar, darling.
Good for you.
What are we discussing, Davos?
Yes, what a great speech. And we are now working it through the Rumble, so you'll be able to play it back if you want to later. We're having a discussion about it. We're having
always fun talking it out.
A conversation?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this.
It's Annie. Happy birthday, love. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Annie.
It is don't you think, Maggie, this is the best birthday present we could have hoped for?
Mm. Other than mass arrest,
absolutely.
Yes.
Other than what?
Mass arrest. That would be.
He said arrests are coming soon, and the way he said it, it includes something foreign, right?
Foreign and domestic.
That was my impression. Yeah.
Very, very good speech. So now you got people on notice. The gig is up.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And they've been interfering with the elections. They're going to get it on that front too. Peter Schweitzer was talking about that. He was on. I was listening to Glenn Beck this morning from yesterday, and he was on there again. He's been on 2 days in a row talking about the book. But he was saying about documentation where other countries have come in with their representatives and worked with the Democrats on campaigning and doing all these other things to subvert the elections, which is very, very illegal. So
that's where the AIPAC issue came in. Yeah. But what really got me is everybody focused on AIPAC.
Right, and they're not alone.
But AIPAC is the smaller of the groups that are doing that. And that's why I was so frustrated with Massey over that, because, go ahead and complain about the foreign influence on our public policy. But did you know, and go down the list, because there are some pretty big entities that spend billions on influence public policy and our electoral decisions. So, I found it disingenuous for them to do that.
I do too. And that's always the argument when people mention APAC or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. What about all the others?
Yeah.
Like, let's go down the list.
And then don't forget the Democrat funding wheel through Act Blue and similar mechanisms. That's almost all foreign money coming through to the elections. Yeah. So spare me the outrage over APAC, because you're not even touching the tip of the iceberg.
Do you think there will even legally be a Democrat Party if everything happens that we anticipate and hope for? Like, do you even, like, I don't necessarily want it to be a one-party system. I'm not sure that's healthy, but at the same time, like, the Democrats as top down, I mean, we're talking foreign influence, foreign money laundering. Like, I'm not sure they're even going to exist.
Okay, so, and this is my belief, we've talked about this many times in the chat room.
Okay.
I watched in 2019 when Nancy Pelosi took back the gavel. And immediately she took the party hard left. And it felt coordinated, it felt designed, it felt like it was a part of a plan. And immediately we're introduced to the squad, if you recall. And Trump helped. And I don't know if you remember in December of 2018, where Trump actually lobbied for Nancy Pelosi to retake the speaker's position.
I didn't remember that. Okay.
So that's in December of 2018. And of course, she became speaker in 2019 and moved the party hard left. So it has always been my feeling from that the intent was to shift the party hard left, blow it up. And then I went back and I researched what broke up the Whigs and made them the Republicans. And it feels very similar.
Okay.
To that, to the infighting and all the stuff that was going on, and just being out of touch with the general population. When the Whigs, they were too much for the elite, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Then I got thinking, we need some serious party reform, because we can blame it all we want on the Democrats, but both parties have soiled underwear. Okay,
oh, yes.
So and I think we need some serious reform on that, because we're now down to, well, we think it's our vote, but they determine who's on the ballot.
Right.
And people can't get on the ballot. And I keep telling people, while we focus on Obama's birth certificate, it was the party that authorized his ability to run.
Right.
And then it was the party that pushed him out there to give him the popularity. It was the party that sidestepped all the rules that are in the Constitution and didn't do a proper vetting. So just reminding people, you got an issue with both parties. Right. I mean, I can talk about Virginia to the day is long. They had this gentleman's agreement in Virginia, Republican, then a Democrat, then a Republican, then a Democrat. Just know how we run our elections. So, and it's an agreement between the parties. We don't get to decide who's on the ballot. And when we do try to decide who's on the ballot, like the year we fought for Cuccinelli, they both parties joined a mission to take down the Tea Party.
Yeah.
So it is a problem that is systemic. And unless there's serious party reform, I mean, I made my decision up years ago. I never give to the Republican Party.
No.
I give straight to a candidate. And that way I feel like I have a little more say. I mean, my dollars are pittance compared to some of the foreign infusion, but I feel like I have more say over that candidate when I do that. I've never given, well, I did years ago, but I don't give to the party apparatchik at all.
I wouldn't either. I would do it just to a candidate. It's interesting how this is going to play out. What do you guys think? I know we've been dominating it, but what does Telegram chat think?
Oh, that speech totally exceeded my expectations, because, it confirmed where we're at, right? And that wasn't simply him doing public negotiations. The best way I can describe what I heard in
Was it
simple
dress
terms
down?
is those were terms of surrender. He laid out terms of surrender. I don't know what they're going to choose.
Right.
If they choose the wrong way, they're not going to take part in our economic growth, in our engine that's going to drive this world. They're not going to take part. They're going to be punished. It's the ball's in their court. Let's see what happens, you know.
I had no doubt that this speech was going to deliver some hard truths. I've been talking about it for days.
Yeah.
When I read the summary of what this segment is that he spoke at, it's like, how do you put cooperate and contested in the same sentence? Those two opposing terms are actually in the headline for the segment.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And he gave them a path, right? I mean, there's a carrot out there. They can choose that, and they can also partake in this growth that we're going to see.
Right.
You know, but that decision is on them, right? They're their own sovereign countries. They're going to have to make that decision themselves. Now, I'm getting word that the EU has paused any the trade negotiations that were done already.
Right.
Doesn't mean what path they chose, but, you know, it does mean that, I mean, they're going to have to negotiate. We'll see what happens.
If you go back through the Q post, we saw Saudi Arabia, then a forward arrow US, then a forward arrow Asia, then a forward arrow EU. And what that portends is that the EU is going to come to the table kicking and screaming. We saw Asia happen when he took the tour to the Middle East.
Yeah.
Where they came on board. We've got all those military deals.
Yeah.
So now the EU, now that they've been literally put into a corner, they get to make the decision for themselves where they go next. And this whole Greenland thing is scaring the bejesus out of them. I think because they know it weakens them.
Well, and they can't fight against it. That's the humbling part.
Well, didn't you love it when they came out and said, we believe in the right of the EU to make their own, the Greenland to make their own decisions. We support their own decisions. Like, you know, wait a minute. You're an entity that's made the decisions for the world for 100 years. Mm-hmm. Stand down and shut up. Because we're not playing your game.
Right.
I loved when Trump called out Macron. What the hell's up with those sunglasses? We've all been laughing at Macron for those. I'm sorry, Patty?
I said he was pretty brutal about Macron.
Yeah, he was. Macron deserved it.
Don't you think Greenland should absolutely be an easy decision for them to make? That's a no-brainer.
I think the issue with Greenland is it's their last vestige of colonialism in the Western Hemisphere. We just took care of South America.
Mm-hmm. And
now you got Greenland, and it keeps their thumb in the Western Hemisphere. Canada is a non-entity. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
So, and he's already commented about how Canada's too weak to even do anything. Portending, by the way, that Canada, you better watch out, because I don't think England is going to send you the military if you need it. And he then also said that he could use his power and might to affect the changes he's looking for. I'm just sitting here going, those are veiled threats, aren't they? Well, not even so veiled, but
yeah,
those are threats.
Yeah. And
he was very displeased with what Mark Carney said yesterday. Very displeased.
Yeah, I started to look up whatever Mark Carney said. It was at Davos. I know he spoke at Davos, and I didn't look it up. I didn't get to see what he said. If anybody else knows, I would love to hear what he said. Let me see if I can find it.
I didn't catch it. I caught some clips. Caught several of what's his name, Yuri, the tech guy for World Economic Forum, making awful statements. As always,
okay. It's a 40-minute speech he gave.
Oh wow!
Do we want to listen to it? That's up to everybody. Let me know.
Well, I'm
Up
kind
to the
of
chat.
doing things, but can you put it on the board for me too? Because I
No,
would.
no, I can, but it'll cost you.
It is her birthday.
Well, I don't have any. What are those? What are you coffees or anything to buy? I
It's
don't have
not.
an
I'm
account on
not
that.
wanting coffee. You know my Cash App, my Venmo.
Subtle.
Why should I be subtle? Hold on, let me get a better link. Hold on. Here you go. Special address by Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. It's a special address.
Interesting.
What I'd like to know is what he thinks he can threaten us with.
You know, it's really interesting because the EU has really, he's taken away all of the power they thought they had. You know, it's really interesting. I don't know how the EU thought that they could outlast or outsmart Trump. Their entire existence is based off of what they can grab from another country.
Yep.
Their entire existence. They take everybody's minerals and any assets that they have in the country.
They're parasites.
They did you know how the EU members have to pay? Do you know what the fee? They pay a percentage of their GDP. They pay a percentage of their duties, tax, and tariffs. And then there's the membership fee. So that membership fee is designed in such a way that the EU countries can't break away because they're always left broke.
Yep.
And it's not GDP, net, gross revenue. It's not
That's worse.
GDP, it's gross revenue. So you don't even get to pay your bills before you pay your dues. That's gross revenue.
That's awful.
What a choice do they have? They can sell their souls to China and Russia if they want.
Or they can strike bilateral trade deals with the U.S. and develop their own countries.
That's what Hungary's been
could do
doing.
that.
I mean,
That's what Hungary's been doing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Poland, I look for them to follow suit with that too.
There's been noise, and Italy doing the same thing. So that's why I think this 5% thing is such a big deal. You know, them paying 5% into NATO. There will come a point, and until they're ready, they should be a part of NATO. But there will come a point where they won't need NATO.
Yeah, I mean, they could just pull out of NATO and pay us the 5% with our bases already in those locations.
Right.
And we would maintain and take care of them.
We can give them a discount depending.
Yeah.
I mean, poor Germany. Germany wouldn't be a country if it weren't for the U.S.
Oh, God. Germany is so sad what they've become at this point, what they've allowed. Like, because they developed back and were doing fantastic. And then since the 90s, it's been just a decline, like us in a lot of ways.
Take note of what's going on in Europe, though.
Oh, I know.
You got the population rising up and actually questioning this.
Finally.
This union. And they're saying, wait a minute, we didn't vote for this. You're not my mama. You're not my papa. Right. And they're actually rising up against this leech that attached themselves to their country. So I don't know that the EU is long to go, but it isn't Trump's purpose or desire to break that apart. What he's going to do is make it difficult for them to survive by pulling us out of the equation. And then it's all on them. And I think he's been doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, I do too.
Isn't it great?
Not to worry. The president of Finland said this morning, don't worry, Europe can defend itself.
Right. I'm laughing because I don't know about you guys, but that video of the special security group that was returned to Cuba, how did we get a video from inside Cuba? They're coming back in shoeboxes. That video was intentional.
Yeah.
Oh, very much.
So we're showing people being returned in literally shoeboxes, and they think they can defend themselves. Okay. Alrighty then.
Game
Have
on.
fun. And oh, by the way, he took 300 people over there with him so they can strike some deals. And he did a lot of talking about our military might.
Yes, he did. He took a lot of representatives. I imagine there's a lot, I would assume there's people there from our agriculture, to work on deals.
We talked about Chris Wright.
Yeah. Food, energy, military. Like, I would imagine those are the really big areas. Some manufacturing.
Sand dune dog sleds are a weapon system, or it's firepower. Just so you know, it's not a literal dog sled. It's a term used for a weapon system.
That's interesting.
And they sent 2.
What kind of weapon system is it?
Oh gosh, now you're asking me for research that's 3-4 days old.
Most people assume it's an actual dog sled.
Traditional. Wait a minute. No. Weapons on dog sleds. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got the wrong thing. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. It's in here. Dog sled. Okay. A dog sled weapon usually refers to firearms carried by Arctic patrol units, most famously the Danish Sirius Patrol, who use reliable rifles like the WW1 era M1917 Enfield and Glock pistols for polar bear defense, sovereignty enforcement in Greenland's harsh conditions, while historically U.S. forces also trained dogs to carry machine guns like M19s. We got an M1917 Enfield, you got a Glock 20, M1919 30 caliber machine gun, and flare guns. So, that's what they mean by the dog sleds. It's a protection system. So yeah, we've got deals that are being made right now. All these sidebar conversations.
If Pahlavi is returned to Iran, how likely afterwards will we be able to see maybe the French restore their monarchy?
Well, one of the things I do know, okay, now you're getting back to Our Lady of Tilly, Our Lady of La Salle. These are apparitions in the Catholic Church, if you don't know what I'm talking about. Our Lady is, and these are from the 1800s, has always said the monarchy would be returned. Because of what's been going on the last 6 or so years in France, especially with the Muslim uprising in Paris, if you recall several years ago, there are serious discussions about the return of the monarchy. And the descendant... Okay, so when the king and queen were beheaded, they had 2 children in prison with them. Well, there were 3. I think the baby might have died. There was Elizabeth and the Dauphin, King Henry, the would-be, King Henry the 17th. They were squirreled. That's the Pessoa story, by the way. They were squirreled out of prison, given fictitious names. Pessoa was the name of the treasurer in the king's court. Was given to the boy. He was raised, and then King Henry from England gave him passage to the U.S. Elizabeth became Madame Royale and lived in Italy. I only found that out a few years ago because Padre Pio used to write to her, and that was in the archives of the Vatican Archives. And so there's been serious discussion the last probably a decade now of returning the monarchy. And there's been actually discussion as to who's the rightful heir, because you got 2 people claiming the fact that they are the rightful heir. So I do envision that eventually it will be returned. number one, because I trust Our Lady, but the discussion is, it's not a casual discussion. These are actually organized discussions for the return of the monarchy. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
Now remember, the king and queen were beheaded. That was a coup. Right? That was an intentional coup, the French Revolution. Remember the Summer Olympics in France? Remember all the imagery?
Yes.
Okay, that was the French warning us. In one of the skits they did, they had a beheaded queen singing.
Yeah.
And you had the Statue of Liberty laying battered on the ground.
Yep.
It was the warning, hey, you're going through a coup. And a lot of people didn't catch it. But there were so much imagery through that whole thing that it was the French warning us. And remember, it was the French that gave us the Statue of Liberty. Why? I mean, the statue leans forward because he was commenting on the fact that we were forward thinking. From a bottom-up perspective of governance. And he was trying to tell Europe, you need to be doing more of this. So there's so much imagery that came out of that Summer Olympics. It isn't funny. So when Trump said today that he likes Macron, what it did is it solidified in my head, given those Summer Olympics, that Macron is an act.
Yeah, I mean, he's an actor. I mean, we've
this
done enough
is
digs on his childhood.
Right. He's not, he's playing a role. So, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but that's my view. And I'll caveat that with that and a grain of salt still doesn't soften it enough, right? Or, savor it enough.
There was a movie that I did on the Hidden Script. It's a predictive programming show that we do every other Sunday on ARM. But it's about, let me see if I can find it, because I can't quite remember the name. But it was,
all I gotta say is hold on to your hats
Polanski.
for the next 3 months. It is going to be very fast. Things are going to move very fast. And I could see Greenland being part of the United States before summer. Europeans have removed the deal right now that was on the table, which is a signal to me that they are ready to negotiate, right? Because they're going to bring what they have, which is not a whole lot. The war in Ukraine will end. It's going to move fast. This is great news. Canada, they better make some good decisions.
I'm sorry, Mary. I don't think Eddie heard you talking. He's not on the Rumble.
Oh, sorry.
And I stopped sharing, so I gotta go back to sharing. And Eddie, I'm apologizing because I just realized that the chat can't hear the conversation between Mary and I.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
I can't barely hear you.
You can barely hear me. I'm speaking right into my mic.
It's however it's running through the system.
I'm sorry.
Fix your headset.
I fixed it.
Damn,
was I speaking over somebody?
Edward.
Was I speaking over somebody?
Yeah, but you couldn't hear her anyway because I stopped sharing my screen.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize.
That's all right. It isn't you. It was me. I screwed up. And thank you, everybody, in the Rumble. We got 177 people watching us.
That's awesome.
Are you guys enjoying yourselves in Rumble? I'm trying to keep an eye on both chats. So, Eddie, you're going to have to mute the Telegram chat and listen to the Rumble if you want to hear Mary.
Sorry.
Just so you know. So just so
I'll have to mute the Telegram chat and then move over to Rumble.
Yes, there's a 10-second delay. And I'll share my screen.
And if we all...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, if we all do that, well, how are you on the same wavelength as me?
Because Mary and I are in a Zoom together, and then I've added to the screen the chat room.
I'm in the Telegram chat and I can hear Mary.
Oh, then it's Eddie.
Okay, let me back out and come back in.
Okay. Are you listening to Rumble, Kunu?
Now, I had it on earlier and there was a delay, so I just left it in the chat.
Okay.
Because I'm working. I'm mostly just listening.
But you can hear Mary through the chat, right?
Yeah, she was just talking about a show she did.
Okay, so it was Eddie with his headset.
Okay, Mary,
I sent you the link on IMDb. I sent it in the chat. If you haven't seen it, it's called Ghostwriter.
Okay.
It's phenomenal, really amazing film, but it's a mystery as it unfolds. It's written as like the Prime Minister of Britain and his wife, and they're dealing with all kinds of a scandal. And in the middle of it, they'd hired a ghostwriter for his memoir. And it kind of leads you down this cat and mouse trail with the CIA, how they're involved, who's controlling the prime minister, who's the handler, and how the ghostwriter is trying to survive because everybody that finds these secrets out has an accident. And as he's writing the memoirs, he's figuring out these weren't accidents, they were assassinations. And he's quickly, it's played by Ewan McGregor. And Pierce Brosnan is the prime minister. So, I mean, it's a really amazing film. But I'll just say, for those of you that are into Q posts, it is a follow the wives situation. So I really do recommend that one. We did that one on the Hidden Script a while back. You're welcome to watch that on the ARM Rumble channel if you want.
On your Truth Blitz, what do you call it? Is it still Truth Blitz or?
No. So Truth Blitz that happens through the week.
That's your news.
And then on Sundays, we alternate. I do a What We Should Have Learned, and I've been doing CIA digs now for like 8 months on that. So I've just obsessively been peeling back, starting with OSS with the wars, and then I went forward. So it was Operation Gladio, it's been Operation Paperclip, it's been Midnight Climax, it's been it's every week. And that's where I'm doing a lot of the book analysis. So to alternate with that, I do a predictive programming where we watch a movie and break it down. And that one's called Hidden Script. So it buys me. Okay. The sad part of, as a content creator, you'll appreciate this, but I need the extra week because I'm doing the news show and I'm obsessively combing through everything. Like I need 2 weeks to prepare for the dig show, if that makes sense, because I'm researching so much and reading the books and doing all the work. I can't produce it every week. And I love predictive programming stuff. So.
Well, I'm looking for the link.
It's in our little Zoom chat.
No, not to the video.
Oh, sorry.
To your show.
Oh.
And you did it, what, 2 weeks ago?
Oh, no, it was a couple months ago, maybe.
Oh, it's going to take me a hot minute then.
You know what? Let me go into... Because I have my own Rumble channel I don't know, there's like 200 people or something to follow, but I put all of my Sunday shows up there. So it's just those shows. Okay. And then I have playlists. So that might be easier. I'll find it.
Well, if you can grab that link and drop it into the chat and drop it into the Rumble. Drop it in both places so that people can avail themselves. I got the ghostwriter up. I don't know how much the video costs. Is it can't tell. It's on IMDb. Is it
it's episode 16. I got it.
Okay. Here's the ghostwriter into the Rumble button, guys.
I can drop it in the Rumble chat as the link to the Hidden Script one that we did.
Okay, I got the copy of the link address and I'm putting it in my chat room.
Cool.
There you go.
Sweet.
Script number 16 is about the Ghost Rider.
Mm-hmm.
I will be watching it.
It's a really great movie. Like it, it's solid. It's really, really good. It's well executed, well acted, well written. It's a great film. When we started doing it, the first film I chose was Network.
Oh,
That was my first one for predictive programming. I love it.
It's interesting.
They're saying there's a troll in the chat that needs to be zapped. I don't know which chat.
It's got to be in here, but I don't know who the troll is. I don't have any moderators, so it's up to me.
Oh, okay.
So if you guys can point out who the troll is, guys, I will.
Yeah. If it's Touched by Love, that's my side handle. So I just dropped a link in there, but I'm not a troll.
No, there's a troll that needs zap. Trying to look to see. I'm trying to look. I don't have any mods. Does anybody want to volunteer?
I'm sure you have a couple people that watch the majority of your work, right?
Yeah, there's a few people that are regulars.
Cara Tilly, is that the handle?
I don't know. Can you see it?
They keep shouting about Cara Tilly, but I'm not seeing it.
Okay, CARATIL.
Trying to scan to see.
I'm looking. I don't see it. Oh, here, I got it. Got it.
Gotcha. Great. Thanks for telling us, guys.
Okay, I'm looking.
I know how to ban and do stuff on Pilled. I'm not as
I got mute
versed on the Rumble.
forever. I'll just mute for now. I'll figure out the rest later.
Ash and them can tell you.
I'm still learning all this stuff. I
know. It's a curve for sure.
Yeah. Between OBS and learning Rumble, then Pilled, I still have trouble streaming to Pilled, so I still haven't been able to do that.
I use StreamYards, and the guys always pick on me for it, and I'm like, all right, look, I just need something that I compare it to cars. You know how like some people absolutely love a manual car, like they love to like move all the gears and be able to adjust and do all the stuff. Okay, that's people that love OBS. I am an automatic. Okay, I just want to put it in drive and go. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to screw with it. I just want it in drive so I can just keep my visuals and I can keep watching the road so that nobody hits me. I don't care about any of the other stuff.
Last week I was having trouble. I have my regular show on Wednesdays at 4. And I ended up not going live till 5 because we had a technical issue, and it was OBS. So I sent a text to Sean going, I hate OBS.
He's gotten those from me before.
He just sent back a laughing emoji.
Yeah. They think, it comes easy to them. It does not come easy to me. So like,
it's been a learning curve. Although Ash
StreamYards.
keeps telling me I'm doing a great job, I'm picking it up faster than most people.
Probably.
I'm still sitting here going, I'm one of those people. I'm a habitual person, right? You get me to where it works and I will stick with it the rest of my life. My furniture is still arranged the same way it was when I moved in 24 years ago. So, I am not a person that, it's not that I don't like change, but when I get to what I'm comfortable with, I just stick with it. I got too many things going on in my life. I don't have time to learn all this crap.
That's me too.
So so when I got convinced, okay, I was voluntold to do podcasting.
That's kind of how it went for me.
Yeah, you know, you get voluntold.
I got that from Johnny.
The only thing I knew was Zoom. I knew nothing about streaming.
Yeah, and I'm not very good at Zoom. I've messed with it, and it does not please me. So,
but I was using Zoom years ago when I was when I had a YouTube channel, but we did it differently because I had been kind of booted from the community. Right, I was shadow banned, blocked, hidden, all that stuff. So, in order to keep YouTube from finding me, I purposefully would pre-record the show and then load it to YouTube without a chat. And then we would monitor the comments and capture those. But we did that so that I didn't get banned by YouTube, which I eventually did get banned by YouTube. But still, it was the way we were able to do our shows after everything else blew up in 2018. So I knew Zoom because we were using the record feature in Zoom and then uploading that video.
Right.
Now there's like, it's so much has changed.
Yeah.
There's so much that's changed. And my learning curve has been kind of, in my view, although Ash and Sean say otherwise, my learning curve has been kind of difficult. And of course, I never want for an opportunity to bitch about it to Sean.
Right.
just telling you.
I understand completely.
And then he says to me, well, you got to go live more often. And I keep saying to him, I'm actually better as a guest than I am as a host.
I felt like that for my first year. Eventually,
it took that long, huh?
Well, I mean, for me to really feel good about it, you know what I mean? Like, other people tell you that, but, you know, like for your confidence where you're like, yeah, it's fine. I can just go live and rock this. It'll be all right. You know? It took a while. But, yeah.
But you got voluntold to do the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I was like, there's a million podcasts out there. Why would anybody want to tune into what I have to say? Like,
that's what I was saying.
If the market is saturated, what do you want me to do? And they're like, no.
But people want my research. It's like, I feel so dry and so boring when I share my research.
Yeah. They were like, because you were a journalist, they'll really want that. You were an actual one. And I was like, yeah, okay. All right. I'll try.
Operative word, I was.
That's right. There are reasons I did not go into that profession. And I don't like to lie.
And the only reason why you know anything about me is everybody lauds my research. So I did 4 shows on the Vatican decodes because that's personal to me. Did 4 shows on that. Proud of that research. There's more that I could present. And I'm like, I don't know I have tens of thousands of slides. I don't know where to go next. Number one. Number two, I really cannot stand to listen to myself. So I don't know where to. So they're saying, well, invite people on. People will come on. Just so you know, you're my very first guest ever.
Aw.
So,
I feel so special.
As long as you're not special. But I just, it's not something that I do well with. And, this sounds really weird. I always get laughed at when I say this. I'm actually not an outgoing person.
Most avid researchers are not.
I am not.
They're not.
Struggle with this. Because I'm a very much an introvert in that sense, which is why I like to read. I don't think a lot of extroverts really sit down to read.
No, not usually.
But I am like, from the time I was little, I am a reader. I love researching. I love digging. I love learning. And it's like, leave me alone. Let me go in my corner and I'm happy.
Yeah.
But now Sean says no. And I'm going to do a show with him tomorrow night. And they're calling it, he decided to call it Lifting the Veil.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, okay. because he wants to bring in, because I got all the background information. He wants me to bring in all that research. And it's like, okay, but you're going to have to let me know ahead of time what you want the veil lifted on.
Right.
Because
Which subject?
when I made those tens of thousands of slides, I sucked at tagging them. So I have to rely on my memory. Okay, when did I present this on YouTube? And kind of go into that block of dates. And do you know what I mean? And then I go through, instead of tens of thousands, maybe 2,000 slides till I find that deck.
Jeez.
So, because I really, and then of course when I do find it, I'm busy tagging in the after time. But
Right.
because I literally have tens of thousands of slides. Over 6 gigabytes of data.
Jeez.
Yeah, and well, no, it's not 6 gigabytes. 6 terabytes. We have 3 terabyte drives.
Jeez. So are you organizing it in your computer in your drives now?
I don't think my husband's doing much of that. That was his job.
Oh.
You know, I why do what you can delegate? You know I'm not excited about it. But as I write my book, I need that information.
Yeah.
You know, because I am in the process of writing a book, so I need that information. And so I'll sit here. Sometimes it takes me a couple, 3 hours to find one slide.
Oh, my.
So I got to get better.
Yeah.
I need an admin who will just smack me over the head when I do something stupid like build a slide with no content written in it. Because I was so busy building content for the shows. And I think now in slides, I mean, this is so weird. But as I'm building a slide, I'm having a conversation. So I'm building the slide for that conversation, and I don't put anything in the notes.
Yeah.
I don't put anything textual written in there.
Yeah.
So it's just these flat pictures. And I got to go find them. What a nightmare.
I'm like that with my Telegram channel. I use it as it's
A
like
repository.
a hoard. Yeah, it's a repository of anything that I've run across or read. Like it's all in that channel, and a lot of it's articles and stuff, and it'll pop up. But some of it is literally like you're saying, like graphs or memes, or it's an image, and I reposted it from wherever I found it, and I didn't necessarily tag it or put a hashtag or keyword. I was going so fast. And yeah, my channel's full of that stuff that I remember, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I could find that, but I can't even really remember
when you did it.
Right. And then I can't search by the date, and I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, I'm like, so last fall, over a year ago, okay, back in, I want to say it was September of 24. There was a conversation going on in my chat, how we know that the elections will be okay. And I said, I think I got that answer. I did this research years ago, and it was the iridium research.
I was looking at that book you recommended again last night. I was going through trying to really read the description of it and trying to figure out, okay, well, where can I fit this in my research?
I got it handy. No, I don't have it handy. It's in my, because I use it like an encyclopedia. Actually, a member of my chat room found the book. I didn't even know that existed. So I did this iridium research, and if you go into my chat room and you do hashtag iridium, you'll find all the slides. There's 63 or 64 slides.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And there's videos interspersed through it. So you'll be able to look at that research. I said, okay, let me go find that research. It was 2 days before I found it all. Because the research was from before I started doing shows. So, and at the time, I wasn't using PowerPoint. I was putting it all into a Word document with the pictures and everything. So I had to take everything out of Word, put it on a slide, and it was like 2, maybe 3 days before I could give the iridium presentation to my own chat because it was in a Word document. Great research, very relevant. I'm very proud of it. I was laughed at when I did the research, But here I am. I'm like, then the trick was finding that block of research, because what I used to do is I would open the week. Early Q, we had a lot of posts, but I would open the week, and each week I had a date on it, and they were the Q posts from X to X.
Right.
And then I would do that research.
Okay.
So first I had to find the Q post so that I could go find that block of documents, so that I could go, and in that particular week, that block of documents, I have 5 different documents because Q was throwing out so much stuff. And so it took me, and then of course I had to take the Word document and convert it to a PowerPoint so that I could present it.
Right.
What a flipping nightmare that was. I swear, I was ready to just throw everything out the window and say, that's it, everybody. I'm closing down Telegram, closing down I don't care what you guys don't know, because I'm done. I was like, and then finally I was able to pull it together, and I did do the research. Everybody loved the research. And so this time what I did is I tagged it Iridium, and I have it in its own folder with all the backup.
Oh, good.
I should have done that 9 years ago, but of course I didn't.
Well, you're doing it now as you go, so it's sort of.
Yeah. So you know how content goes for your show, right?
Oh, yes.
You may have 2 articles you go over about a particular topic, and you may do that 3 or 4 shows. Yeah. So I've got a fresh PowerPoint, an old PowerPoint, and an in-between. Developing a folder, pulling it out of that, putting it into that, so that I have the topic centric. No. I mean, this is how people go insane. Yeah. That nervous tick is coming back.
Well, we can't have that.
So I'll go back to reading.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think I like that. And now everybody's sitting here going, what the fuck are they talking about?
Oops. Sorry.
So back to today.
Yeah.
Anybody, whether you're in the Rumble chat or you're in the Telegram chat, what do you see coming down the road towards the U.S.? What do you envision? Instead of listening to me tell you what I think, tell me what you think.
I agree. Yeah.
Canada becomes the 51st state.
Greenland becomes the 51st state?
Canada, then Greenland, 52.
So Canada first, then Greenland. So we're going to have 52 states is what you're saying. Wherever are we going to put those on the flag?
The United States of North America and South America.
It's gonna be a big, beautiful flag, baby.
Yeah, I love that meme that's out there where they've got North America and South America with one flag spread through the whole region, the whole hemisphere.
Oh, look in your DM from me on Telegram. I sent you 2 funny memes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I hear and I obey, if you can believe it.
53.
Are you in my chat room? This is fun. This is fun.
You can put them in your I have not put anything in your Telegram, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Go ahead
forwarding
and
them
send
from
them
Mary.
over. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, I have to. Let me do this.
54, don't forget about Venezuela and Cuba.
This is true.
This is true. I'm
Think about this. It's checkmate. Let's say the EU, they have a couple decisions, right? And right now, I'm getting word that they're permanently paused the trade deal with the United States, the EU has.
Right.
And that France, UK, and Germany have all declined to have positions on the board of peace. So, okay, so that gives me a little insight to where they might go. It doesn't tell me where they're going, but maybe they're going. But let's say they choose to go towards China. That means they're choosing to go towards Russia. It's the same decision. No matter what we're doing, we're going to the golden age. So they can choose to go that way, or they can choose to go towards the United States. But either way, it's the same decision. They have no moves left. It's checkmate.
It is.
They're done.
They have no bargaining power. It's not just moves. They have no cards left on the table. They have nothing that they can trade. They either acquiesce or they annihilate themselves.
But they're going to acquiesce either way they go.
Well, they have no choice but to acquiesce.
They have no choice.
And that's what's so funny about it, is because they boxed themselves in the corner.
Yep. And they destabilized
It didn't have to be this way.
through the immigration.
It didn't have to be this way, number one. Number two, keep in mind that the whole purpose of the EU infrastructure was to have a mutual defense. And its primary member called that into check. And it's not only showing just how weak they are, but how fractured they are. And this really does embolden the people of these countries to say, okay, what was this whole thing we've been paying for all these years really about? So it not only weakens NATO, it weakens the EU. We all want to see the EU fall.
Yeah.
And Trump is leaving it in the hands of the people to do just that. I don't know how much better it gets, to be very honest.
I don't know how bad it's got to get. I mean, it's right now, they're in a very bad position. Even the leaders within their own peoples are in very bad positions. And I don't want to see them fail. I want them to see them to make right decisions. I don't think they're going to. But I don't know. It's in their hands.
Yeah.
They got a very short time to make it.
You know what? Let it take the time it needs.
Whatever they got to go, their lessons they're going to go through.
Do you see the chat on the screen? Okay.
I see the meme.
There's the meme here.
I thought it was so funny.
It's Marco finding out he's the Vance's new nanny. Yeah, Usha, it was announced Usha's pregnant.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Caroline Levitt's giving birth this spring also.
Yes, and the liberals want her to die in the process.
Because they're crazy.
They want her to be torn from tip to stern. I love the Orange Land meme. I love the Orange Land meme.
I found that one a few days ago, and then I was screwing around in Telegram trying desperately to find it again this morning while we were listening to the speech, because it made me think of it. That is so funny.
I'm waiting to see. Oh, I'm way behind. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I got everything organized. I can now share my screen through the window.
I think the Orange Land is fun.
Yes, I like the Orange Land. We're standing on the right side of history. As angry as I've been in the past year, I've also never been prouder to call myself Canadian. We're standing on the right side of history. Comments, same. Me too, proud Canadian, same. You have good reason to be. Carney is rapidly turning into the 21st century Churchill. keep your vowels.
Huh.
Are they a bunch of trolls with predetermined comments?
Where is that? Where are you reading it?
It's in my chat room. If you look on the screen, you'll see it. Shell posted it, 21st century Churchill.
That's hilarious. So that's people on X saying that stuff? And she did a screenshot?
She did a screenshot 22 hours ago.
Well,
And a bunch of
I'd say
happy
those are people.
birthdays. Hidden Script is in here. You got that. Bunch of happy birthdays. Okay, Treasury Department. Today's Treasury Office of Foreign Assets Control is taking actions against Hamas's covert links to nonprofit organizations. Yes, yes, yes.
Good.
Hamas's insidious practice of operating behind civilian organization endangers Palestinians, undermines efforts to build a lasting and prosperous space by exposing organization with secret ties to Hamas. OFAC, Office of Foreign Asset Control is what OFAC stands for, is strengthening the international community's ability to support legitimate Palestinian interests. Okay, so I don't know if you knew about this, Mary, but in April 2025, a report came out that showed over 1,200 people that were on the UNRWA UN food program payroll were actually Hamas.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a big deal when that report came out. Of course, the media didn't say diddly about it.
Nope.
So in the process of doing some research on that, I went, okay, let's look into this. Well, there's domestic and foreign NGOs. So what OFAC is really telling you is there are some NGOs domestically that are on notice.
Yeah.
We already know that the Somali fraud was paying Al-Shabaab in Somalia. So they were funding terrorism. Wait till people, I don't know if you know the group Pink Pistols. I don't know if you know, do you know what a queer Marxist is? They're not gay, right? No, they're anarchists.
Yeah.
They're being funded, trained, and in some cases managed in the local areas by a member of Hamas.
Yeah.
And so knowing this and knowing what's going on the streets right now is probably largely foreign funded, although I'm sure there's some domestic NGOs. Trump has called out the billionaires.
Yeah.
What this is saying is, we got your number. And then I pointed out, and I think it was on your show when I pointed out yesterday with the subpoenas, this is bigger than Don Lemon and Armstrong.
Oh, yeah.
Because look who got called in and look what they got called in for.
Yes.
You know, what they're looking for. Because all of those, the deprivation of rights is in there, but it's also subversive activity. So they're looking at the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And they're looking at how that got funded. And they're looking at how these political officials are possibly controlled.
Aiding foreign terrorists. Yep.
So
I know everything goes slow to make sure that they have everything, like have a tight case. I know it's slow, but at the same time, I wish it would go a little faster because people are losing their minds. You know.
So do you see what Ed Martin put out a couple of days ago?
Well, which thing? Do follow
look at he you know, we got all these people complaining about Pam Bondi, law enforcement, the system moving slow. Ed Martin puts out on his private page, my late father is also fluent in America First Sign Language.
Nice.
That's a classic.
That is a classic.
Yeah. He put that out. He put that out on the 19th, 2 days ago.
Do you see? Side note, slight, but Mike Davis was on Benny Johnson yesterday talking about the Don Lemon and his behavior and everything. This was right before Mike knew. I think that they were about to get served, and he was talking about it, and then Benny referenced Don Lemon going on that crazy ex-housewives podcast. Jennifer, what's her name? The blonde. She's so hateful. Well, Mike Davis goes, that's a man. And Benny was like, and his producer blew up the screen of her face, and Mike's like, that's a man.
Now, aren't you curious?
No. And once I saw the bone structure, I was like,
that's a man.
It could be. It really could be. And I'm like, so Mike's trolling them to make them cut clips. He's deliberately aggravating them to cut clips.
Well, haven't you noticed? I mean, we watched that very painful presser yesterday. And he was obviously keeping a captive audience hostage, right?
Yep.
They couldn't leave because that's their job. They have a requirement to be there. And they had no choice but to listen to him just ramble on and on and on. And as it turns out, in the meantime, you got these subpoenas being served, and they couldn't say anything because they're stuck in this room.
Nope.
So for the first time in God knows how long, we actually got out the gate with the news first.
Yeah.
Fox News did.
Yep. Thank goodness. I don't know why they give tips to any of the others.
Okay.
Was somebody in the Telegram chat? I didn't mean to step on them if they were trying to.
I don't know who's talking. Oh, I'm muting. She accidentally unmuted herself.
Ah.
But it's just hysterical to watch.
Oh yeah.
Some of their
shenanigans.
Oh, Tracy's granddaughter is 18 today.
Aww.
The 21st of January is the best day of the year. Especially today.
That's official, right?
Well, it's official because we got my speech. Now, let me just say this, Mary, I have to tell you.
Okay.
January 18th, 2018, I was so bummed because the Q post of the day was the 16-year plan. And I'm thinking, will I ever get a good thing happening on my birthday? Because that's a pretty damning post, right?
Yeah, it is. It's very disturbing when you understand the plan.
Yes, right. So it took many years, but I finally got. This is 8 years later. I finally got a good day. But I used to complain about it all the time. Some people get some of these great. I didn't need to be cued. I didn't even need to be trumped. I didn't need any of that. I just wanted a good post on my birthday. Here we are, 2026. I finally got a good post.
I think you did. Sadly, I am going to have to go. I have to get
You got a show coming up. It's 11:30.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed being with us. I enjoyed having you here.
This was so much fun.
It is. It is a lot of fun. This has become our new format for Wednesdays, by the way, is I share my Telegram chat and we just have a conversation because I'm kind of lost as to what we're doing.
I think it's good. It's good to have a different format too. It really is. It's unique, and that's a good thing, So you don't want to saturate the market.
I hope you have a very blessed day. I hope your news show goes very well. I'm sure you got some highlights you're going to be going over.
It will be exciting for sure. For sure. Thank you, everybody on the Telegram side, for being so kind to me today. I appreciate everybody so much. And happy birthday again, sweetie.
Thank you so much.
I'll see you around. I'm sure. I'll see you Saturday for sure.
Yes, on Foxhole Squares. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. It's always a lot of fun. And it'll be great for you to meet some new people too.
Yeah, I don't know anybody but you on that panel.
It's going to be great. You'll like Enoch. Enoch was old. He's OG on the.
Yeah, I know who Enoch is. I apologize. I know, although he and I have never talked. I know
he's super sweet.
Everybody knows who Enoch is.
Yeah, he is just a lovely person. He really is. So, all right. Well, I will see you later this week, sweetie, and thank you again for having me on.
Thank you for coming. I will talk to you soon.
Bye everybody.
Okay, everybody, it's just us. Somebody's got comments, don't you?
Wow, what a morning.
I know.
I didn't even get up until he was already speaking, so I was trying. I just couldn't get there. But I think he was like in his first couple of minutes.
So I'm looking at the Rumble chat. I was asked if I talked to Tori about my iridium. No, actually, I've not talked to anybody. I did my own presentation. It's in my Telegram room. If you're in my Telegram, you do a hashtag iridium, and you will come up on there's slides, there's video. Plus, I did a presentation, so there's an audio. But other than that, I literally, when I first did my iridium research back in 2018, I was laughed at for it. And so I kind of just sat it on a shelf, and then I brought it back out right before the election. It was September-ish of
Yeah, I think so.
2024. Maybe October, somewhere in there. So no, Adam, I've not talked to Tori about it. Yeah, I know some people did that to me too. I get it. Okay, I'm like I said, bear with me. I'm going through the. Josie, you love how my brain works. I don't know. My husband will tell you sometimes it's exhausting. Actually, Sherry, I find the book. There's some really good things in that book. I think you're going to enjoy it. I already knew some of it, but one of the things that came out of that book that I wasn't aware of is that it has its own country code, which is notable. She's got S. Britton. She's got a show every afternoon at 1 called Truth Blitz. It's a news show, and they will play pressers as they come up and such like that. And then she has other programs. She does stuff on the weekends as well. Unfortunately, I don't have all of her information. So if you go to Truth Blitz, I'm sure she'll have some links to the other stuff. Truth Blitz is on America Rising Media. Hidden Script was the one that she showed us today about the predictive programming. Okay, so chat room, what have you got to say? Eddie, why are you so quiet? You're usually one of the most talkative.
I think he's working.
No, I'm not working.
You're getting ready for the ice blast.
We're now scheduled for 21 inches here.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's just so reversed. It's usually us getting 21 inches.
About every 10 years we get a good storm, just so you know.
We have had very little snow, but horrendous winds.
Right now it is as still, the sky is as blue.
Why aren't people arrested and things like that? It's a lot of people are very ignorant to the rule of law.
They are.
Like there was an example, right? It was on Twitter, and there was some liberal, that made some. It was an abhorrent comment. Like it was disgusting. And then so someone tagged, they reposted it and tagged AG Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and said, "Why hasn't this person been arrested yet?" And I'm like, it's freedom of speech. I don't like the speech. But what are you talking about? And people were agreeing with it down there. A lot of people were pushing back. Like, what are we going to become? The UK? You go out and arrest people because of what they say? They don't understand. Trump, they're doing these things the right way. They have to do it this way. If you look at what happened with Comey,
right?
If you move too fast when you're not ready, that's what happens. None of us want that. It's got to be done the right way by the book, and they're doing the correct thing. Go AG Pam Bondi. I totally support her, and we're going to get them. We're going to win. I think we're winning. We're winning. I'm very excited.
I don't think we're winning.
That's so good to hear you say that.
I don't think we're winning, Eddie. I know we're winning.
Absolute.
There's no question anymore. And I had mentioned that to Sean on Monday on the show. I think the right question to be asking right now is, who do you really think is in charge? Because from where I'm sitting, they're not only not winning, they're losing bigly. You're watching a very angry, disjointed, frustrated, clueless group of people just going out doing whatever the emotions arise. And when you're that emotional, you're not thinking, you're not strategizing, you're just doing anything that comes to your head. That's a sign of losing, not winning.
Like the people blowing the whistles at the ice people playing the ice cream music.
Right. And what did it turn out to be? It was they were decoys so that ICE could
Yep.
actually get their job done.
And it was great.
No, I didn't see that. Let me look that up. South Carolina. I don't see. Okay, the only thing I'm coming up with is Trump versus Casa. But that was from June of 2025. I don't know what you're. If you've got a link, Sandune, let me know. I agree with that. It is time for public disclosure. We're watching it. We know fraud existed. We knew that the left was attempting to take down our country, and they were using by any means necessary, using violent as well as propaganda means. And so the fact that we're now openly talking about it, where we used to, remember, it wasn't so long ago, people were being arrested for putting out memes. We were being blocked and banned and shadow whatever if we said anything that went against the orthodoxy. People were actually being put in jail for not acquiescing to the powers that be. And here we are now openly talking about the subjugation that we've been put through the Biden years and then going back decades. So obviously they're not winning, right? Otherwise this would not be where we're at.
That's for our country, though. I know overseas they're having a real rough time.
I'm very focused on Virginia and what they're pulling off here. Okay.
That's radical.
Yeah, it is radical.
Is what she's doing within her legal?
It's not just her. She will sign it into law, but we have a completely Democrat-controlled government, and the Democrats have introduced, we have a very short legislative year. It's from January through the end of March. And they've introduced this series of bills that they will be pushing through because there's no opposition because we don't have a majority. So things like they're funding new taxes because they know the first thing she did on the day of inauguration, which was last Saturday, was to reverse Youngkin's Sanctuary City executive order. Obviously, the legislature in Virginia couldn't get that through as a permanent thing. She reversed that. So a good slice of the bills that are being introduced is to raise these taxes to cover, because the feds are ending funding for sanctuary city policies. So now that our state is not just a sanctuary city, it's a sanctuary state, all of our federal funding is going to go away. So of course they've got to raise taxes. That's how you fill in that gap. It's going to be bad because they've raised taxes on everything. So we've got that. That list is just, you just kind of sit there and go, oh dear God, I wish I could get out of here.
And all the Democrats who live there are happy with this?
Democrats are introducing it.
The people?
No, I don't know where the people stand. I really don't give a rip where the people stand. They didn't speak up before. They're not speaking up now.
That's wild.
I can't remember. Eddie put in the actual list in text, and I got to remember what the wording was so I can find it. He asked me the other day, "Is this true?"
Oh, about Virginia, yeah. It's on the board.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking for it. Eddie, what's your name? There it is. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. You gave it to me on, was it Sunday or Monday?
That was Monday.
Was it Monday? Okay, I'm looking. There it is. So, a new 4.3 sales tax on Uber Eats, Amazon, etc. delivery. So what they're saying now is if you're going to have deliveries of any of these products, and you know, hey, you can buy Amazon Fresh, you got Uber Eats, all of those, you're going to pay a new 4.3% sales tax. That's over and above what already is state and local tax. New sales tax on admissions to a wide variety of businesses. The list actually lists some of that. This is a summary. They're going to create 2 new higher tax brackets, 8 and 10%, on people making over 600, and a 10% bracket for anybody making over $1 million. So what they're saying is an 8 and a 10% bracket. The 8% will be 600,000, and 10% will be over $1 million. 3.8% investment tax on top of state income tax. Raise the hotel tax. New personal property tax on landscaping equipment, which is odd. Ban gas-powered leaf blowers, which is also odd. Legal aliens free education. That's very California of them. Make it illegal to approach somebody at an abortion clinic. That defies a Supreme Court ruling, by the way, that said that just praying outside is not against the law. Extend the time absentee ballots can be received after Election Day to 3 days. Allow people to cast their votes electronically through the internet, because nothing will go wrong with that, right? Expand ranked choice voting. Right now, ranked choice voting, jurisdictions can choose ranked choice voting. It looks like what their goal is to make it a Virginia policy. Extend the deadline for ballot curing to 1 week after the election. Of course, we need a week to be able to get our fake ballots in. Redact the addresses of political candidates from FOIAs. Right. Political candidate. Add Virginia to the National Popular Vote Compact for presidential electors. Right now, our electors are independent. Make it illegal, I love this one, to hand count ballots. A $500 sales tax on firearm suppressors. Assault weapons and large capacity magazine ban. 11% jail tax on all firearms and ammunition. Prohibit outdoor shooting of a firearm on land less than 5 acres. That will bite for people here in my area. Lower the criminal penalties for robbery. I guess I should get extra locks for my doors. Ban the arrest of illegal aliens in courthouses. Remove mandatory minimum sentences. In other words, get people out. Allow localities to install speed cameras, because that's another sin tax, right? Replace Columbus Day with Indigenous People Day. That is just a summary. The Virginia website actually has more where this is being published. And all that is a summary of the list of what they plan on doing. So, Virginia is about to become the Mogadishu of the East Coast, and we knew it was coming when we hired a commie to be governor. Well, we didn't. When they stole the election for a commie and an attorney general who thinks it's okay to kill your opponents. So we knew we were going to be in for trouble when this term started. Say prayers for Virginia, because I can't afford to leave, and neither can anybody else I know that lives here.
I will be the obnoxious one this time and bring up, if we're in control, how about the possibility that what you're watching is a controlled demonstration about all Democrats controlled? Just a thought. I mean, it's
Well,
crossed my
I'm
mind
not
a
going to
few times.
disagree with you. Remember, Virginia, most of those employees that are no longer working for the federal government are from Virginia. So it may be a way to bring them up to speed to reality, since they now are unemployed.
Right.
No, Virginia isn't for lovers. It's Virginia's for leeches. We that's the whole Virginia's for lovers thing went away a long time ago when they started stealing our
I fully
budgets.
agree with Danette. I think this is Mondami 2.0.
Yeah.
It's a staged reveal of what things could have been.
Well, here's the thing. It's great to assume that, but until we see something that tempers what this idiot governor is doing and our legislators are doing, I have to operate in a world where this is going to happen. I have to try to plan for the fact that I am going to be obscenely taxed on minutia. And I have to operate in an environment where I have Big Brother camped out in my living room. I don't have a choice, nor do anybody else that lives in these other areas. So while I understand it's a part of the plan, it's a show, blah, 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 the reality is, until it gets fixed, it's my reality.
Oh yeah, I agree. It's going to happen, but it'll be brief, and it's going to be a slap in the face and a wake up call for those who put it there.
Like a controlled,
It would be ignorant not to operate that way. I tell you
like
right now.
a controlled demolition.
It'd be great if it is a controlled demolition, but like I said, when I get up tomorrow morning, my entire world is around how do I plan through some of this stuff, because I can't operate in an environment that hopes that this is all, reversed before it takes effect. Now, just so you know, like I said, our legislative window is only 3 months. They will pass these into law. They typically all become effective July 1st of that year. So between now and July, shit better happen or we're screwed.
Yes. And I think because you have so many liberals in that area, remember the masked people that entertained you, that might be one reason they chose Virginia to do that. Plus the fact it was the first official colony of the U.S.
Right.
I just can't believe they'll let it go all the way till July 1st. I just can't. But, hope for the best and plan for the worst. That's all you can do.
Well, it's not unusual for me because if you recall too, Virginia was very much aligned with the Brits in the revolution. So it's notable that we have a kind of a mixed allegiance here. Yeah, I don't know how you get rid of a governor that just got, quote, selected, and was took the oath on Saturday. So I don't know how you get there.
Arrest her?
Well, that would be wonderful. And Vindman and Jones and all these other people. It would be wonderful. I'm waiting for more rhetoric to come out of them that would be indictable, to be very honest. I'm waiting for them to pull a Waltz and a Fry kind of event to see if that speeds things up, maybe. So I need to ask you guys to please continue the discussion. I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
I really do hope it's done before July. I think.
I feel like the way that things move, I mean, they move fast, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
right. That the Earth is like, 300 years old. Just kidding. I think that the way that it moves is slow when it comes to courts or legal things, and Virginia might have to take it for a little bit, which that is going to be a real bummer for the people. But I think that's where the blob just kind of like lives there too. So maybe what they're trying to do is let them, live in their own filth, which sucks for everybody else who's not part of it.
And that's the sad part, is that sometimes you have to let people live with the mess they created before they learn. And it takes down nice people too.
Yeah.
Well, they seem to have no problem with making other people collateral damage in whatever game they're playing.
Well, psychopaths don't have things like empathy or compassion. It's all about them and their power and their money, and that's all they see. They really do not care.
Well, they've dehumanized the other. They've dehumanized the opposition. That's like the framework of Marxism.
Right.
In essence, you have to say, this is me. Everything else that's not me is not even. They're not even human. So that's kind of where they come from there.
Well, they're constantly telling us that with the language they use about us, deplorables, garbage, etc.
That's the dehumanizing part, because they can't refer to you as a person. They can't refer to you as somebody who has a train of thought or consideration or reasoning or rationality. They can't do that. And even if you go to prove to people like that, if you show evidence, if you show the tangible nature of reality, and all that it encompasses, they can't hear it. But they have been put through such an emotional ringer leading up to this, just to get them primed to lose those rational faculties in their mind, that's why they can't. But then again, like I said, the blob, all the DC people, they live in Virginia. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. So it might be just like letting them live in it themselves, like I said, but it's a bummer for everybody who's not part of it.
Well, let's make psychiatric hospitals popular again.
Oh man, is that not true?
Well, I mean, the United States is an incredible place, right? There's 50 different little labs, experiments, you might say, that are ran all the time, economic, all kinds of things. So the state of Virginia, when they start seeing other states succeeding and taking part in this, we're going to a golden age, and Virginia is going to take part in that as well. But when they're doing things that are going to hold them back, and the rest of the country is doing really well, which is gonna, I don't think the outcome is going to be what they think it's going to be. And it'll change real fast. So, I mean, everything's going to work out fine. Virginia's going to be just fine.
The ridiculous part is the tax, the tax on lawn equipment. Can you imagine people getting arrested for smuggling their own lawn equipment?
Crazy. It's crazy policies.
registering it.
Well, you know, maybe it's cheaper to just steal it with the new robbery rules. So, you know,
Well, I think that tax is part of their green scam. Because they've had a war on gas-powered lawn equipment for a while.
yeah, could be. I mean, these things start to not make any rational sense at some point. So. I'm out here in Western Washington. I don't live directly in Seattle, but we just, you know, we have our socialist mayor and, um, you know, it affects a lot of businesses like Amazon, which everyone knows. And so, and we have our own coalition of governors who said we're gonna make our own decisions on vaccines and there's no longer religious exemptions. So there's Virginia's putting it right out there, and I think, you know, we've got our own subset that's going to be put right out there and rammed in as soon as possible too in the states that are crazy. But she's right. It may be that Virginia is the worst of the worst. You know, I don't wish that on her, and we can pray and hope that it's over by July, and I think that's a good chance. But there's still a lot that people have to ride through to get there. I mean, you know, I'm kind of surprised that none of our governors have tried to pull some stupid, you know, COVID type thing, you know, out here. And they haven't. So maybe that points to the winning factor, but they still have that up their sleeve that I could see them pulling out at some point, you know, when they're just fighting with whatever they have.
I also want to point out a couple of things. We had Trump come out against the MIC and their stock buyouts, right? Their stock sales. Instead of producing a product, they're actually charging the government for services they're not rendering. And then they increase their own salaries and their stocks on that funding. The MIC's home is here in Virginia. I also want to point out all of the attacks he's making rightfully against Big Pharma and what they can and can't do. And he just announced an initiative about 8A programs, which is huge because that's what gave rise to what we call the Beltway Bandits here in Northern Virginia. And they're going after these 8A defense contractors primarily, but all 8A programs. And for those that don't know what 8A is, it's a minority set aside that was used. It's an affirmative action program for contracting. And unfortunately, what it did was create another funding mechanism that in a large way was fraudulent. And I can speak directly to an Alaskan Native company that is major here in the area that does very little work, but they get a lot of contracts and they pass it through to other companies, and they're taking direct target on that. So there's your federal level going after that system. On the state level, think about it. Who has landscaping services? Usually you're wealthy, correct? I mean, most people mow their own damn lawn, but they're going after self-powered or gas-powered lawn leaf blowers. They're going after landscaping services. Again, they're going after that upper crust. Who's in the upper crust? These were, and in some cases still are, government employees and mostly contractors. And those are the same contractors that Trump is going after. So I can see an agenda building and what it's trying to achieve. The problem is, me and a lot of people I know are going to be collateral damage unless something is done before July 1st.
Well, I know here in San Antonio, because my husband works for a company that was doing a lot of federal contract work. It has come to a complete halt, and they're auditing almost all of the 8As.
Yeah, the 8A program is a huge pass-through capability. And then on top of that, the large contractors are required by law to have what they call a small business plan, where they deem a percentage of their contract for small businesses. And that usually ends up being an 8A. So, I mean, you still got, there is a lot of shenanigans that go on in the contracting world. And I don't know if you remember, but in Trump's first campaign in 2015 and 16, he vowed to take on the fraud that's in the contracting world. And I was excited about that because I've personally written contracts or proposals that were taken from me and given to their choice. And my actual proposal ended up as somebody else's contract. And I've lost out on a number of proposals that I've personally written that were taken out from under me. So it is a huge problem.
Well, don't you also think that maybe them going after them because the 8A and was also a discriminatory practice because it was for minorities, and so it took out a lot of other competitors because it went to
Well,
like here
you
in
got to look
San
at what they call
Antonio.
minorities. Veteran-owned fits under 8A. Women-owned fits under 8A. And not just the ethnic minorities, but disadvantaged groups in that sense. So they made it look like it was a boost to help small companies get a presence in the federal government from a contracting perspective, but it didn't stay that way. And what ended up happening is these specially designated groups started getting the contracts, but then they didn't do the work. The work went to their subcontractors, which in most cases included a couple, 3 large contractors, not just other small contractors. So the money got passed through. They kept the fee off the top and had somebody else do the work, which shouldn't be. I mean, if you're going to be a prime contractor, you need to be responsible for the work that's done. And they found a way around that.
Well, I know of a friend of mine that when her husband's company graduated from 8A, he shut it down, put it under her name, and then when it got ready to graduate from hers after that time period, he shut it down and put it under himself as a retired Navy. So he knew. Personally, I hope he gets caught up in this because he's shady AF. But people know how to beat the system if they want to beat it.
Well, yeah, that's what they do. This is what brings about the fraud. As you look at the law as written, and I've talked about this in the past, one of the biggest issues you have with our laws is not that they didn't put laws on the book. What they did was they counter-purposed the laws. So most often the laws written in the last 20-ish years, actually, if you're in compliance with that law, you're not in compliance with the law that came before that. There's your number one problem. So you have to actually pick your pain threshold. And you're in compliance with the one that brings you the most pain fiscally to your company. There's that part of it. But the other big issue that we had is that these later laws were written so loosely you could drive a Mack truck through them, and that gave the regulatory agencies carte blanche on how to enforce and in many cases actually rewrite the law because it was too vague to figure it out. This is where the Chevron deference came in. Because if the Supreme Court couldn't figure out what the law was saying, they literally deferred to the regulatory agencies that were given the go signal by a loosely written law that Congress passed. So, we've seen that machine being tackled. We've watched them slowly dismantle that administrative state. But you've got another big issue here. Now that you've gone after the government, you got to go after the cottage industry that was built around all of that, and that's what we're watching now. And the reason why I bring that up is because Virginia probably is one of the biggest benefactors, because by virtue of all the headquarters being here, they're one of the biggest benefactors for some of this really extravagant living that goes on. So you can't dismiss the fact that what Virginia is doing, whether it's intentional, unintentional, part of the show, it doesn't matter. But what it ends up doing is exposing the issues like that.
Self-defeating in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, who has landscaping services? I know I don't.
I'm not saying that Virginia doesn't have the right to like, ban gas-powered leaf blowers, but they also don't have the right to get subsidies from the United States government to do that.
Exactly. But that's why all the taxes that they're building. But notice where the taxes are predominantly focused. Notice the segment of the population that would predominantly avail themselves of those services. It's not somebody living in a trailer park down the street. I'm sorry, it's just not. They may get Uber Eats once or twice a year, but there are people here that every night they get their dinner delivered. So there is a noticeable direction that all of that is going.
Those people may start going to the grocery store more. I don't know.
Yeah, now that we're getting rid of the food deserts, that would be novel, wouldn't it? So
Well, they have.
I'm looking at the Rumble chat. Let me go into this real quick. Anonymly is saying that the Nick Shirley hearing was interesting and points out that the fraud that Nick is pointing out has been reported on for decades. I've been talking about that for days. That nothing Nick Shirley is pointing out is unknown. I can go back 15, 20 years and show you IG reports, concerns that had been raised publicly about the fraud. The problem is the media didn't really report on it too much. Congress had no incentive to actually rein that in. State officials had no incentive because they kept a cut. It's called split payments. They kept a cut of the block payments that were going fraudulently to these NGOs and LLCs. So what we're seeing, though, is a shift. Finally, and I think the Nick Shirley thing, because like I pointed out several times, Joe Thompson, who was the acting U.S. attorney in Minnesota, had already been investigating Feeding Our Future. And he wrote an article in July complaining that he was afraid it was going to go dark, that he was uncovering a lot of fraud, but he was afraid it was going to go dark. And then, of course, the Nick Shirley piece comes out the end of December, and that's all we've been talking about. In fact, we said it in this chat room. We're starting the year right out the gate. Fraud will be the word of the day, and it has been. But I think Nick Shirley did do his legwork, but I think he was given a tip to do that legwork for obvious reasons, because he was able to get into the public's understanding and sphere what is actually going on with these government programs and the amount of fraud, the rampant fraud that is going on from the federal level. And remember, the American Recovery Act passed during the Biden years made it almost impossible for the feds to investigate fraud, and it also made it next to impossible to claw back those fraudulent dollars. That's in the American Recovery Act. So if you know this and then watch that hearing, all that's coming forward is something people have known about for at least 20 years, if not actually longer. Fraud in the block grant programs has been around for as long as I can remember.
Shows you like where the administration's going, right? They essentially bypassed the mainstream media, went to Nick Shirley,
an independent
and
journalist,
the timing, right? And the timing of it was right. We're very coincidental, right? It was right before the main surge of ICE agents and FBI going into Minnesota.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I totally agree with your assessment of that.
None of this is for us. It's for the people who aren't awake yet. This is all like rollout of previously known information to bring it to the forefront for the normies.
You know, I look at everything from a perspective of what did I know versus what others didn't know. And I can tell you, because Obamacare itself actually aided and abetted the Medicaid fraud. When Obamacare mandated that the states expand Medicaid, it was for this fraud. And
Absolutely.
that's now just coming out. And I've been talking about it since Obamacare passed into law, that this is
Right.
going to create a major cottage industry built on fraud. And
It was
did.
designed to fail to become single payer. It was never supposed to succeed. This was all
Right.
part of the plan for it to implode upon itself. So what they thought would be to go to single payer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't
I kind of disagree
mistake.
with you.
You can't mistake the trend.
I don't think the information is just for normies. I mean, I've learned a lot over the past month, and I knew fraud was there and existed in major amounts, but I've learned a lot about how fraud takes place within these governments through the federal government funding these boondoggles, right? Learned a lot about it.
Are you using
And
my
it
word,
really is a
Edward?
signal.
In honor
Well,
of your birthday,
it signals to me. It signals to me how they're going to move, right?
Right.
And if the mainstream media chooses not to cover this, the war is out in the open now. We'll bypass you and we'll go right around you, and it's coming out. And these other people are going to get a fame and fortune for it. I mean, it's up to them. There's choices are out there for each individual. These states, the mainstream media, the globalists versus the nationalists. That's basically what we're seeing play out in the big picture.
My point's not necessarily that it's just for the normies. My point is that it's an exposure operation. This stuff is all coming to the forefront in the perfect time.
Have a good day,
for
Sandune.
the perfect reason.
Well, in case anybody hasn't noticed, over the last 8 to 9 years, you've gotten a crash course in the Constitution, the rule of law, the process by which the rule of law is meted out, the process of how we go from an investigation through to the process of a conviction. You've learned a lot about that side of things. And now you're learning a lot about some of the underbelly, some of the things that have been going on within our government that you may have known about, but you didn't know exactly how it operated. Now you're getting all of that. So everybody should feel somewhat educated as to what's been really going on. The key is you can know as much as anybody. Like I said, I've known about this fraud for well over 20 years, 25, even 30 years. Directly have known about this fraud. It's not enough to know about it. What you've got to now look for are the signs that it's being dealt with. And I think that's what we're seeing when you've got subpoenas being issued in Minnesota for public officials. That's not a norm. I don't care what anybody says. It's not a norm for public officials to be subpoenaed. And they're being subpoenaed not just on what happened at the church, but look through the requirement that they have to provide to the grand jury. They're looking at a conspiracy. It's pretty darn evident they're looking at a conspiracy, and which that just portends what's coming. And that's the first time in my lifetime I've seen this kind of positive action.
It's the conspiracy to obstruct justice, and that can run you about five years, maybe 10, right? Conspiracy charges, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if they start covering up their crimes, I mean, it just compounds.
Which is why I brought up my idea on 11.3, 11.4, because what it is, it's not just grand jury instructions, but remember the prosecutors have to tailor the indictments and the prosecution documents to those three conditions in 11.4. That's what makes 11.3 actionable. First, you determine as a grand jury, did a conspiracy exist? You detail the conspiracy and as many of the names as you know, and then the prosecutors in 11.4 have to take that and they have to tailor their own legal effort to those three conditions so that it becomes proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I really think that that's where we're at. I really think that that's marker 9, because we're now at a point where, remember, the majority of the arrests are in DC. Isn't it interesting that Virginia is the suburb of this machine? The majority of the arrests are in DC. And remember, in 229, you got 43 or so cases, freedom versus cases, in what we call Stringer 229. So there's some big things happening. And I also want to bring up, because Lindsay Halligan, who was a special prosecutor, a special attorney, they're all the same thing now, was forced to step down last night. And while the judge may have said she was illegally placed, it really came down to she's held that position for 120 days. And that's all that they get is 120 days without a Senate confirmation. So she had to step down. She had no choice. I don't know what they do with her next, but her day was up anyway.
Well, Trump also named Ilhan Omar, specifically called her out again today for stuff that's going down. When has a president ever called out somebody?
He's not been shy.
No.
He called out, what's his name? The head of LinkedIn. Called him out directly a couple weeks ago.
He's made $30 million in what, 4 years?
Yeah.
5 years? No. Yeah.
And her husband is tied to some of these companies that are operating fraudulently.
Right.
Once these subpoenas went out to these politicians, right, in Minnesota, now that gives that they're put on notice at that point, right, Feisty, that if they start communicating with each other to cover up their crimes now we're talking conspiracy to witness tamper, all kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed the rest of that question. Repeat that.
Well, if let's say these politicians that receive these subpoenas to appear in front of a grand jury, and they've requested all this information between them between this whole year, basically. If they start communicating with each other to try to get their story straight or cover up the crimes, however they see fit,
those subpoenas are looking for all those communications. Remember?
That's right. So now that would be witness tampering, right?
Right.
Because they are all.
Well, no, it's also, yes, that could be witness tampering, but I think it's more in line with obstruction. And remember, obstructing a grand jury investigation can get you up to 20 years.
What? Oh, obstruction of a grand jury. That would be an additional superseding charge.
Right.
Upon their obstruction of justice right now, if they are coordinating to stop federal agents from performing their duty under the law.
You got that piece to it, but if they're communicating to get their story straight, that now can go into obstruction of the grand jury.
Wow, they better think very carefully about what they do, and everybody should think very carefully about their next moves. The EU, everybody.
I think today Trump told the EU they were on notice as well. I don't think there's any denying that he put them on notice.
Next 3 months are going to be absolute fire.
I kind of smile because you were not so sure not so long ago. Now you're absolutely sure.
Absolutely 100% positive.
He kept talking about ice, as in maybe they're all on thin ice.
Well, so I asked the question myself, why does he keep mentioning Iceland when he means Greenland? Iceland is the next, it's the next best thing that Europe has to the Arctic Circle.
So is he warning him that that's the next thing that he's going after?
I think he's weakening NATO intentionally.
He's got to force them to start taking more responsibility.
They either figure out what's going on. They're already on notice.
They're like the 40-year-old adult child still living in the basement.
Failure to launch comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly, Danny.
And they know they're screwed without us because they have become and messed around in their greed to grab and control and be in power. They've completely weakened themselves. It's not something they saw coming. They thought they had it all. And when the US said, nope, don't think so, it seriously screeched the plan.
I think Trump referring to NATO as calling him daddy is a lot bigger deal than people think. That says that Mark Rutte is more of Trump's puppet, if you will, protector, whatever. That Mark Rutte will do as Trump says. And in fact, Mark Rutte has said that Trump was right about Greenland, that it's got to be protected from Russia and China, which NATO has not been doing. So I think that plays into this.
The EU and NATO were both given their final ultimatum today. Comply or fade away.
Which is exactly what I expected to hear. That's what I was talking about. I knew. That's why I said listen to the 2017 Saudi Arabia speech, because he did something very similar in that speech where he gave them some hard truths and said, look, you're going to cease being a country if this continues. And they all joined a coalition to eradicate terrorism.
I lean more towards the fade away part, by the way.
I don't think that happens as soon. I mean, I know you're all on top of EU ending, NATO ending. Trump is not going to be in favor of these things ending before the countries that are involved are capable of standing on their own. I think that's where the 5% comes in. That would defy the purpose, because that would leave them vulnerable to hostile states, not ready to stand.
And it would be cruel too.
Yeah, it would be.
The point is to give them a direction to go and then give them measurements of what he expects them to accomplish in such a period of time. Because Russia or Europe didn't used to be like that. Those countries defended themselves. They had their own armies for the most part. Some of the younger countries maybe not, but there's a history there of warfare, and the defenders were not coming in from overseas.
And I think that's where, what's notable is what he's literally doing is saying, it's time for you to stand on your own feet. You're 18 years old, basically it's time for you to get your own apartment, get your own job. We're going to pull back. He did also say we will be there, maybe, kind of, right? He said we will be there for you always. But he also said they need to stand up. So all I'm seeing is him saying that the U.S. is pulling back and they're going to have to step up. And as each country is able to take over their own defense, become sovereign in their own rights, then you may see shifts in those power structures like the EU and NATO. But he's not going to be a part of that. That will be something he leaves for them to do. What he's doing is ripping the Band-Aid off, saying, we've been waiting for you to get up to speed, and you're not. Now you either sink or swim. That's what it felt like to me.
What was his reference to a 10-year plan?
I don't remember now. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I'm wondering if it's not, today's the start. You have 10 years to pull this off, or because we have to wean them off of us. There's no doubt about it.
Well, it is a weaning process.
Exactly. He can't, like we've just discussed, you can't just turn and walk away and leave the kids to fall wherever they land. It is a process to get them built back up first.
He's also found out who would be on his board of peace, right? You got your reliable people saying they won't join. He had something to say about that.
He's going to be very pissed about that. He's slapping him in the face. He's not going to be happy. It's not a good way to start.
But it does put them on the chessboard as an imposing, partner, right?
Yeah. I mean, Keir Starmer's up there in front of the Parliament saying that he refuses to join the Board of Peace and that they will not acquiesce on the terms of Greenland being sovereignty to Denmark. All while he has a favorable opinion poll. This is it. 15%. That's favorable. 75% unfavorable. And a negative 51% net. And he's going to take that position. He's canceling elections right now in local UK government because he knows the Labour Party is going to get trounced. I don't understand his thought. How in the hell are they're not going to be able to withstand this?
When you are controlled, there comes a point where the control is so obvious. Remember, these people can't step away. They can't change their allegiances. They are 1,000% controlled. So what you're seeing are operatives, they're puppets, really having no choice but to fully expose themselves for what they are and who controls them.
Gotta be the only plausible answer.
Yeah,
because
they're
otherwise
completely
you wouldn't do
controlled.
this. It's suicide.
And they are committing suicide not because they choose to, but to defy their master is worse.
God, they gotta have some good dirt on these people.
I don't think we are far from Who's Your Daddy. I love that. Thank you, Sherry. There's so many things happening. With that said, it is now 12:30. We've been open for 4.5 hours. Longest show we've done on live. For those of you in Rumble, thank you so much for joining us. I very much appreciate the fact that you joined us for this conversation. If you're not in the Telegram channel, I do advise you to do that. Let me grab the link again and pop it in. pop it into the Rumble. This is the link to my Telegram channel. We open up every night at 8 o'clock. We start with prayer. And then about 8:35-ish, 8:40, we open it up for a general chat. And we talk about generally whatever hits our fancy, typically the news of the day. This format that I did this morning, now that I'm starting to get it down technically, is what we chose to do every Wednesday for my live show. And that live show goes on at 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoons, although I won't be doing that today because, of course, we just did 4.5 hours and I need a break. I did a bunch of stuff yesterday and I got another bunch of stuff coming up. So this is my Wednesday show, albeit very early. So 8 hours early. I hope you enjoyed. I did enjoy it. For those of you in the Telegram chat, thank you for being an active part of the chat. I really had a lot of fun today. I hope you did too.
You were ecstatic, girl.
It's feisty.
It was good. I did enjoy today. That is for sure. I had a lot of fun. So with that, I'm going to let you all go. I'll talk to you guys tonight at 8 o'clock. It won't be as long as our normal shows because I don't know that I got it still in me. Starting to fade. So
Go sleep.
We'll talk to you tomorrow. And everybody, thank you for the birthday wishes. And God bless
Happy
everybody
birthday.
that dropped some rumbles. And there was, I can't remember who did it, 4 or 5 subscriptions. Thank you again so much. If you like my work, consider donating to me on my Cash Apps or through Rumble. I really appreciate it. You're making it worth it for me to keep doing this. So talk to you all later. Have a good day. I am going to play my outro because we didn't play an intro. So let me get this Telegram.
Whispers in the static, questions in the masking the players in the shadowed game, where the silence breaks, the hidden shakes. She names the unspoken